10 hut. All right, you mutated redneck green-skinned sacks of irradiated flesh, listen up. I am Paladin Rychek. I am in charge of training you backward maggots in the art of war and survival. In my time in the Brotherhood, I have personally trained more than 50 initiates, and I am proud to say almost 14 of them are still alive and kicking. The elders have ordered me to mold you flabby, hip-slapping, berry-picking, rat-rubbing Brahmin kissers into capable warriors. And I am going to do it, even if it kills you. I will teach you how to eat, sleep, walk, talk, shoot, spit like a Brotherhood soldier. First level of training will be recruitment detail. You'll go to the surrounding villages and see what able-bodied primates are ready for an honest life's work. It is your duty to remind the village elders that if they want continued protection from the scum of this world, they will uphold their end of the bargain by providing resources and their best and brightest for Brotherhood training. Now get your weak-kneed, superstitious, soft-skinned, uneducated butts to the armory. You'll be issued basic weapons and armor. There are 3 simple rules to follow with Brotherhood equipment. If you damage your weapon, you will spend a week in the box. If you damage your armor, you will spend a week in the box. If you lose either, I'll kill you myself. And one final thing, ladies. Welcome to the Brotherhood of Steel.
At ease, Initiate. My name is General Barnaky. I will be giving you your orders before every mission. But before that, I'd like to personally welcome you aboard. Considering that the Brotherhood basic training attrition rate is 85%, you should be very proud of yourself. Now, on to business. 2 nights ago, raiders invaded the resource-rich tribal village of Brahmin Wood. Their losses have been heavy, and they are now ready to accept the Brotherhood's conditions for protection. We will return their lands and rescue these primitive people in exchange for food and a portion of their older children for new recruits. We must expand our ranks to meet our objectives, which makes every village count. I don't know what is driving the raiders this close to our base of operations, but they have been punishing the surrounding area. Brahmin Wood is one of many villages that is now occupied by raiders. The inhabitants that did not escape have been slain or imprisoned. Make no mistake, Initiate, they have killed a fair amount of our brothers. Do not underestimate them. You will take your squad to Brahmin Wood, locate and eliminate the leader of the group of raiders. Once he is removed, his followers will surely fall into disarray. You will then use the Brotherhood's superior might and intellect to butcher the remaining criminals. This is a standard assault mission, so consult the map in your Pip-Boy for the latest intelligence on the area. One more thing, warrior. You must ensure that the village elder survives. He is the key to our plans for this town. According to the local tribal custom, he alone deals with outsiders. Without him, we can have no agreement with the rest of the tribe. Dismiss.
Greetings to the Brotherhood of Steel. You are speaking with Charon, elder and tribal father to Brahmin Wood. You have arrived none too soon. Our village has fallen to raiders who rode out of the darkness. Some of my people escaped death or bondage by fleeing into the wasteland, but without tools and shelter. This must be the doing of the Brahmin god of fate. With the bandits we trade away our present. In the Brotherhood, we trade away our future. Very well, Initiate. I fully agree to your terms, but I fear this decision will haunt me till I reach the eternal grazing field in the heavens. Our villages are being held prisoner in the camp. Save them, and you will have more people to aid your cause. Lose them, and you will be cutting Brahmin from your own herd.
Well, looky here. I don't recall giving out invites to Brotherhood of Steel dogs. I bet my boss will give me all the promotion and props I need after I bring him some Brotherhood slaves. Let's see what you trained monkeys can show little old Horace. I may have underestimated your abilities. Oh, wipe that grin off your face. Your Brotherhood is no different from us. We both take what we want from these savages. If you think your cause is any more selfless than ours, you're sadly mistaken.
You've completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission.
Your grace in battle is wondrous to behold, Initiate. The death screams of the bandits reminded me of angels singing. They will think twice before attacking this village again. Initiate, you defended my people as fiercely as a deathclaw protects her cubs. Please accept this ancient gift from us. You are now considered family in my humble village. And of course, all the recruits will be delivered to your base as agreed. Well done. You have our thanks.
Mission complete, warrior. You have dealt with the raiders without hesitation and without mercy. Well done. Every defeat we hand them lessens their numbers and increases our realm of influence. The primitives you saved will be thankful and fearful of the Brotherhood in the future. This is important since the village must learn to live by our strict rules and thus be free. I have to admit it's been a while since an initiate performed so solidly in his first mission. The fact that your actions prevented the loss of a single primitive's life speaks volumes of your ability. To show their respect, they renamed their Brahmin stud after you. The Brotherhood, however, will look favorably on you for your next review. You're dismissed.
At ease, warrior. I'm Octavius. I oversee your equipment. You will sign for all equipment issued. You will not leave until I am satisfied with your full compliance to regulations. Is that understood? Good. Now that you know the drill, let's get down to business.
Welcome, warrior. I am the personnel yeoman for the Brotherhood. If you want to put together a squad, you talk to me. So, what can I do for you?
At ease, warrior. We've underestimated the tenacity of these raiders. Shortly after your victory, the bandits have managed to kidnap the village elder. This is no doubt an attempt to break the spirit of Brahmin Wood while they're still suffering from their recent losses. Fortunately, one of our informants within the raider camp has located the tribal father. It appears that the raiders are holding him on the outskirts of the broken town of Freeport in a medium-sized encampment. Your mission is to journey to Freeport, rescue the elder, and get out. Our informant should still be in the area, and he can be identified by the red armor he wears. So you should be able to distinguish him from the other raiders. But remember, while the informant is paid handsomely for his services, he is not a Brother of Steel and will not stand by your side if matters get complicated. Gather your squad. You are to depart as soon as possible. Dismissed.
intruders in the camp! Wake up, you pissant sons of bitches! I swear I'll cut the balls off anyone I don't see fighting! Get up, you curs! If they escape, God help me, I'll burn the motherfucking still to the ground!
Thank the Brahmin god of rescue you're here. The scoundrels clubbed me from behind while I was making water in the woods, then put me in a sack. A sack! Me! It's obvious that these cretins were never taught to respect elders. I can tell you little more, but I know that braggart of a raider leader hides his ill-gotten treasures in his tent. Perhaps it might be worth your while to pay him a visit. I am ready to leave. Talk to me again when it is safe for me to dash to safety.
The Elder has made his escape. Primary objective complete. Head to the extraction point to end the mission. Well done, warrior. On his safe return, Brahmin Wood's Elder informed our inquisitors that he had been moved from camp to camp, presumably to keep his location a secret. Unfortunately, he was forced to wear a hood to prevent him from mapping his route and the location of the bandits' camps. One bit of information was learned. It seems some bandit groups are meeting some kind of opposition in the west. We didn't get any details, but the raiders have never won a conflict with this new presence. This could be just fearful mutterings of superstitious raiders, but it would give reason to their heightened activities in this region. The Brotherhood must investigate this new possible threat. The informant has been paid and is on his way to retrieve information on the new menace. You did well keeping him alive during your mission, and your attention to detail will bring you into high favor with the Brotherhood. Dismissed! At ease, warrior. It's time to test your abilities, Initiate. We have reports of a large gathering of bandits in one of their main camps. This gives us an opportunity to cripple future activities without having to hunt them down. We will no longer tolerate their presence in our region. We have received further intelligence that the camp possesses some kind of device acquired from the new menace. Our scribes would very much like the opportunity to study this device and see what they can piece together. Your objectives are twofold on this mission. Your first objective is to retrieve the device. Your second objective is to eliminate all trace of bandits in the region. It is time the inhabitants of the wasteland learned that there is only one power in this region. The taking of Raider prisoners is not authorized. Do you understand, initiate? I want their bones bleaching in the wasteland sun! Failure is not an option. Dismissed.
Oh, some fine-looking bucks in your group, stranger. I might have to keep one or two of you as personal slaves. We'll see how well you ride.
You're not allowed to be here. Bo stuff you down pants.
real smart or real stupid for coming into my neck of the woods, cocksucker. Nobody, not even the Brotherhood, raids my camp. Get 'em, boys, and try and save $1 for my sweet little Daisy. Kill him quick. We got bigger problems than this out west.
The 4 raider leaders are dead, but you require the artifact to complete your objectives.
Are you from the Brotherhood of Steel? Oh, thank goodness you're here. My name's Dyson. I was on the way to your base to offer my services when I was apprehended. Once I told them I was a scribe, I was separated from the others and brought here to study this device. I have no idea where they stole it from, but its construction is like nothing I have ever seen. Listen, you can have the artifact if you like. Just get me out of this awful place. So, it's a deal? Excellent. Talk to me again to signal when it's safe for me to make a run for it. I'll meet you back at your base.
With the mechanical arm in your possession and the raiders dead, your objectives are complete. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Congratulations, warrior. You have made history today. The raider leaders have been eliminated and their forces smashed. You will be interested to know that all the raider bodies will be displayed in proper crucifixion throughout the region to discourage those that would follow the same path. Their base will make an ideal outpost for the Brotherhood, since most of their resources are intact. A great victory! But keep a level head. There's a saying in the Brotherhood, there is always another enemy. The mechanical device you retrieved is a curious one. Our scribes believe it to be a replacement for a human who has lost his natural arm. What stands out the most is that it seems to be recently manufactured, and not even the Brotherhood can craft technology in that advanced fashion. But in time we will learn its secrets and use that knowledge to further the cause of the Brotherhood. A pity the captured scribe could not be returned with the device. Who knows what knowledge he uncovered during his indentured service. I want you to consider all the results of your actions. Dismissed. Our work in this region is complete, warrior. The time has come to expand. We'll be shifting the focus of our operations to the new bunker in the south. Take your squad and rendezvous with us there.
With your initiation now over, the Brotherhood reveals to you their highest objective. Fragments of data left over from before the Great War showed that the ancients spent many years constructing vaults to house the survivors. Recently acquired data, however, points to the creation of an enormous supervault. This nucleus of the vault network was built to protect the greatest minds of the time and would be the spearhead of post-war civilization. If the Brotherhood could find this vault and activate its systems, they would have access to technology resources previously undreamed of, as well as access to the ancients themselves. But the journey to the calculated location of Vault Zero would be perilous. A large army and a vast area of operations would be required for a mission of this magnitude. They planned to follow the roaring river to the south, forging alliances, gaining fresh recruits, and, if necessary, eliminating aggressors. Bunkers will be established in each new region to firmly establish a secure area of operations. When the Brotherhood's rule in the region is undisputed and their ranks are brimming with new recruits, the real campaign will begin, heading back towards the mountains.
At ease, Initiate. As you know, the Brotherhood has been expanding south. However, our supply lines are thin and thus being targeted by all sorts of bandits and raiders. We have received a distress call from one of our squads acting as escort to a supply wagon passing through the town of Macomb. The single unit has been separated from the main group, and the road behind him has been blocked off. Our warrior is holding the fort for now, but he could fall any minute. He needs immediate backup. Your mission is to journey to Macomb and relieve the survivor of his duty. You are then to escort the supply vehicles through the town. Keep in mind that not only bandits will attack our supply trains, the vast majority of the surrounding populace are hungry and desperate. Our supply wagons carry food, weapons, and medical supplies, the three most sought-after commodities in the wasteland. Good luck, and Initiate, buckle up. Dismissed.
It's about goddamn time some fucking backup showed up. All right, the original escort squad is pushing up mutated daisies. Everyone in this godforsaken town wants what's in these supply vehicles. It's not a pretty situation here. Every 20 feet is another shitty roadblock that has to be cleared. These people are vile and little more than animals, so shoot first and watch your back. The keys are in it. Good luck, and I'll see you back at the base.
At ease, warrior. You carried out your objectives to the letter. I have received word that our supply vehicle has reached our expansion base, which is now thriving. This will be the last time our supply vehicles are hindered. As we speak, there are 3 extermination squads being dispatched to Macomb to remove the assorted riffraff. Those who aren't killed will pay back the Brotherhood's generosity by serving in labor camps. Your vigilance and your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. Fine job, warrior. Dismissed. As you know, the Brotherhood maintains a vast arsenal of weaponry and armor. Most of our equipment consists of the usual conventional assortment. However, some of our more advanced equipment requires fusion batteries to function. Until we regain the technology to manufacture our own batteries, we must acquire these power sources elsewhere. This mission centers on a tribal village in the area of Peoria. Intelligence reports that the tribals built their village over a pre-war storehouse of fusion batteries. While they guard these batteries zealously, it is doubtful that they understand their function. While these savages no longer surprise me with their Neanderthal antics, do not underestimate them. They fight well enough to thrive in the wasteland, and their religious zeal, however misguided, gives them strength. You will use any means available to retrieve at least 3 fusion batteries. But remember, warrior, some fights can be won without drawing blood. Who knows? One day the Peoria region might supply some able-bodied recruits. You are dismissed.
Backup power systems activated. Internal security systems online. Malfunction in turret control system. Repairs initiated. Welcome to the Peoria storage facility. Security breach detected. Intruder termination sequence activated. Have a nice day. Interlock override initiated. Switching power from internal to external defense systems. Surface defense systems primed. Surface sterilization commencing in 10 seconds. You are entering a restricted zone.
You have gathered the fusion batteries you require. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission.
Surface defense systems deactivated. Internal defenses online.
Good work, warrior. You have done all that we have asked. These fusion batteries might make the difference between victory and defeat. Once again, you completed your mission to the letter. I don't think even Dagger Squad could have matched your performance. Your report indicates that some tribals died in the appropriation of the fusion batteries. Do not let this distract you from our goals. While the Brotherhood does not advocate the slaughter of neutral parties, we must put our objectives first before a mere handful of tribals. We have an entire world to save, brother. We are closer to reuniting the wasteland with each accomplished mission. Soon we will reunite the people and mold all the savages into civilized folk. Superstition will be suppressed, with science and discipline becoming the structure that will allow mankind to grow to its potential. You are dismissed. At ease, warrior. Recently, the township of Quincy has petitioned the Brotherhood for protection from a large group of savages called Beast Lords. This threat is unique because their raiding parties include various monsters from the wasteland, most notably the deadly Deathclaw. The mayor's assistant, Arlene Turling, warned us that these beast lords have taken over certain parts of Quincy and are using hostages to ensure they have control over the rest of the town. We believe that Mayor Hillary Eastwood is among those captured. Your mission is to rescue the mayor and assist in dealing with the beast lords. Saving the mayor is your first priority. After that, you may decide on how best to neutralize the beast lords' hold on the town. Remember, we want Quincy to be an ally to the Brotherhood, so keeping the town as unscathed as possible is of high priority. One more thing. Quincy is home to both humans and ghouls. While most of our elders believe ghouls are almost our equals, I do not agree. Either way, experience has taught me that racial tensions will be present in the town. Ensure that your squads remain focused in the face of such distractions. Dismissed.
Thank goodness you're finally here. Those dreadful savages have captured the mayor. She's being held in the large house in front of us. That building contains the warning siren for the town. If that siren sounds, the beast lords have threatened to kill all of their hostages. Understand that you must free Hillary first. As mayor, she's the only one with the key to disable the siren, but be careful. There are at least 2 savages in the same room with her.
Thank you for the rescue. I understand that the Brotherhood is interested in forming an alliance with the people of Quincy. There are 3 more hostage situations, so let's make a deal. My daughter is being held in the town hall and being guarded by death claws. You must find a way to rescue her. If she dies, you might as well go back home. We have a number of townsfolk being kept in the room housing the power generator for Quincy. We need these people freed without destroying the machinery. Finally, Quincy's most experienced war hero, Felix Stiles, is being held inside the barracks. Rescuing him means a lot to me and the people of Quincy. Take this key to disable the siren. You have to do that first or this town is finished. I know this is asking a lot, but there aren't any other options. You best get started.
You've completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. At ease, warrior. I had thought that you might be well suited to this sort of tactical situation. Obviously, I was wrong. Do not feel ashamed. Not everyone can be expected to be adept in a hostage crisis. At least you managed to seal the alliance, although reluctantly. Well done, warrior. All new information reports that the Beast Lords joined their monster associates in the consumption of human flesh. This abomination will not be tolerated anywhere within the reach of Brotherhood forces and will be dealt with permanently soon enough. Our scribes are very curious about this apparent symbiotic relationship between man and monster. In the future, we must retrieve more information before the scribes can be expected to produce an accurate explanation. You're dismissed. Welcome, warrior. We now know that the Beast Lord's lair lies within an underground labyrinth in the region of Mardin. The cannibals have delayed our expansion long enough. Your primary objective is to crush these abominations so the Brotherhood can move on. Our scribes believe that they have found something that might help your mission. They think that the Beast Lords are somehow controlling the monsters in the raiding parties. It is believed that control over the creatures is achieved through some form of symbiosis or possibly even telepathic suggestion. What doesn't add up is how they can control intelligent deathclaws, since the scribe's study insists that only creatures of base intelligence would succumb to the controlling force. This leads up to your secondary objective. If we can learn to control these deathclaws and use them to further the cause of the Brotherhood, we could very well expand our region of influence all the way to the West Coast. It is a chance, but not such a great chance that you should jeopardize your first objective. Depart as soon as you assemble your squad. Dismissed!
Have you come to kill me? Surely you wish to kill the source of the Deathclaw infestation. Kill me and allow my young a chance at freedom. I cannot live another day knowing I am the very collar that holds my children in bondage. You hesitate. Maybe there is another answer. Maybe you can set me free and allow a mother's vengeance. Free me and I will bathe in their leader's blood and feast on his hot, quivering flesh. At last! I am free at last! My children, you are slaves no more. Duh! I will suck the marrow from your bones!
What trickery is this? No, it cannot be. You fools! She cannot be trusted. You have doomed us all!
You have discovered the hold the Beast Lords have on the Death Claws. Now, eliminate the Beast Lord leader. With the death of the Beast Lord leader and the discovery of the Beast Lord's control of the Death Claws, your squad has finished its objectives. Return to your drop-off point for evac. Excellent work, warrior. The Beast Lords have been eliminated, and the monsters are no longer under their control. News of our victory has already reached the surrounding towns. The Brotherhood's reputation alone will now have new recruits flocking to our front door. Our scribes were correct on the Beast Lord's relationship with their animal lackeys. The Beast Lord's inherent telepathic suggestion is a unique ability. It's acquired through prolonged exposure to an unknown radiation present within Mardin's underground caves. Unfortunately, we will not be able to duplicate this feat. The scribes explained that this unique mutation only manifests in humans that have been exposed for at least 20 years. But, It is of little matter, since science and discipline will always be victorious over ungodly mutation. These are strange times, warrior. The Deathclaw matriarch spoke to our elders today. It seems that her gratitude is genuine, and that she is allowing some of her spawn to remain behind when her brood moves on. These Deathclaw young are to be treated as honorary initiates to the Order. Plans are already underway to create a special unit to help assimilate these unusual recruits into our ranks. Personally, I have my misgivings towards these dangerous creatures. I do not believe they should be allowed to fight beside our paladins. However, the elders insist on this. Between you and me, brother, sometimes I wonder if the old elders were right. Dismissed. Again, we are victorious, but we cannot rest on our laurels. The time has come again to shift our operations to the new bunker. Take your squad and rendezvous with us there.
The Brotherhood's ranks have grown, and with their swollen numbers, they find themselves coming closer to the ultimate goal. The time to expand is now. Leaving an outpost behind, the warriors begin moving westward into a region known as the Belt. It is a scarred and desolate land, filled with death and the relics of a time before. Those who dwell here have scraped together a bleak existence, built on blood and grim determination. These isolated people are as hard as any in the wasteland. Pressuring these people to join the ranks of the Brotherhood will not be easy. Many will not understand the Brotherhood's glorious vision to reunite the people. Some resistance is expected. While the inhabitants are dangerous, the land itself has the power to stir up fearful memories in some of the generals and elders. They tell of the ill-fated flight across the mountains and how their mighty airships were torn apart. Old lore and surviving data suggests that at least one of the great Brotherhood Zeppelins was lost in this very region. If it were located, there is a chance the equipment and supplies it contained could be salvaged and returned to the noble purpose for which they were intended. There may even be survivors, but few hold any real hope of this. Only time will tell.
Come in, warrior. Please be seated. My name is General Decker, and I'll be briefing you for this specific mission. At 0900 yesterday, while on patrol, Fang Squad encountered a large contingent of heavily armed super mutants in the region known as St. Louis. They fought bravely against this overwhelming force and managed to radio in a distress call right before they were annihilated. 8 battle-hardened squads led by General Barnaky rushed to the scene and are now in pitched combat with the super mutants. While we were able to push them back initially, our losses have been staggering. As a result, we need to pull our forces out of there immediately. This battle is lost. General Barnaky has requested to have your squad rendezvous with his mobile command center and execute the evacuation of our wounded brothers. I've read your file, and I fully agree with General Barnaky's faith in you and your squad. From your lessons, you should recall that super mutants are genetically engineered soldiers that are strong, tough to kill, and can easily carry weapons that most people would mount on assault vehicles. They are to be handled with extreme caution. You are going into heavy combat unlike any you have experienced before. Remember to follow General Barnaky's direction. He'll get you out safe. Take an APC and facilitate the evacuation of any wounded squad members. You are to get in and get out. No heroics. I want this to be a by-the-book search and rescue operation. Trust in your weapons, warrior, and they will see you home safely. Dismissed.
ho, ho! This one's a general by his markings. Keep this one alive and bring him to my inner sanctum. I'll wager there's a lot of information in that shriveled old gray head. Some hot poker stabbing his manhood will loosen up his tongue, I'll wager. It always does.
Fang Squad didn't make it. Salvage any equipment. Recovering the bodies for burial will have to wait. Proceed to your next objective.
It's about fucking time some backup got here. Paladin Solo, commander of Talon Squad. It's not pretty here, brother. They're dropping bombs like it's the Great War. My troops are toast. I'm taking what's left of my unit and pulling out. Don't pull any punches with these muties. I watched one charge face first into some rough crossfire and laugh off the pain. Pull that APC up and tend to my soldiers. I can walk, but my squad needs medical attention. I'm not leaving until you get them on their feet. Hope you've still got a medic.
Paladin Solo and her troops are now inside the APC. Drive them back to the evac point. Welcome back, warrior. The elders have assigned me to be your commanding officer until we have further news of General Barnaky's whereabouts. Your former superior was a fine general, one of the best that I had the honor to serve with. Losing him has been a heavy blow to us all. The super mutant army destroyed a total of 6 full squads of our brothers. This is a large setback for the Brotherhood, since those squads contain some of our finest veteran soldiers. We shall not forget our brothers who fell in the line of duty, nor shall we let these feelings get in the way of our duty. Rest assured that intelligence searches for the general even as we speak. Until we have a lead on where the enemy is keeping him, you will be receiving all mission briefings from me. Go rest, warrior. You deserve it. After you are done recovering and grieving for our comrades, report back for your next mission. You are dismissed. We have suffered another setback, brother. Most of our intelligence operatives were killed in the surprise ambush last night. I can scarcely believe it myself, but we now have to accept the possibility that the super mutants are familiar with our covert methods. What is left of our intelligence ops has discovered the location of one of the super mutant staging areas. The mutants have a semi-permanent military base in the rubble-strewn city of Jefferson. Additional reports describe multiple generators are supplying power directly to one large structure. Our scribes believe that this structure is a weapons manufacturing plant. You have 2 objectives to complete here, warrior. The first is to render all of these power generators permanently inoperative. Without power, their factory is useless. Your second objective is to force the mutants into a rout. If we can get them running, they'll lead us to either their main base or to General Barnaky. Gather your squad and leave immediately. Dismissed. We have suffered another setback, brother. Most of our... Generator 1 destroyed. Power generator 2 destroyed. Power generator 3 destroyed.
You are such a fool. You think you're doing the Wasteland a favor by fighting us? We are the Wasteland's last chance. The menace from the West doesn't know pity, or remorse, or fear, and it will not stop until everything is dead. Only super mutants can stop this threat. And we need this lab to solve our sterility problem, to build up our numbers. You fight on the side of ignorance. I fight for salvation.
Huh? Who are you, and why are you here? Oh, dear. Your Brotherhood. Please, don't destroy my research. You realize what kind of resources and luck it took to make a functioning lab like this? We're so close to a cure. So close. What would the Brotherhood gain by destroying this research? Please, just leave me and my equipment alone. We can't stop now, do you understand? This is my people's last chance!
Power generator 4 destroyed. All power generators have been destroyed. Mission objectives complete. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Good work, brother. It seems the scribes were mistaken. The mutants were conducting research on irradiated DNA and not manufacturing weapons at this location. But you did the right thing by completing your objectives and destroying their power generators. There's an old Brotherhood saying, better to err on the side of caution. This is war, and they are the enemy. Further reports indicate that our maneuver was successful. The mutants are pulling out of the area in droves, with the main force divided into 4 separate groups, each heading in a different direction. 2 of the smaller groups seem to have an erratic course, quite possibly a decoy tactic. Of the remaining large groups, one is traveling deep into the wasteland, while the other seems to be heading towards a small town. We will have to investigate both. I also want to inform you that Repo Squad has recovered the mutant scientific equipment back to our base, where research will be allowed to continue on mutant sterility. If we can find the cure, it may prove to be quite the bargaining chip. Well done, warrior. Well done. Dismiss. At ease, brother. Scouts have followed one of the fleeing mutant groups to Kansas City. As we suspected, we have discovered another mutant base. But an assault on this compound will have to wait, for our scouts have made quite a discovery. One of our scouts stumbled upon the ghoul town of Gravestone. What little is known about the town suggests that it was a major nuclear launch site before the war. The peaceful ghoul population which resides there are suspected to be directly descended from the original Silo staff. They are seeking our help due to super mutant attacks. These attacks mean the super mutants are after something the ghouls have. This leads us to believe that something might be an intact nuclear bomb. I shudder to think what the super mutants would do with such a destructive device. You will go to Gravestone and talk to the ghoul bishop. Assure him that we will defend him and his town in exchange for the very bomb coveted by the mutants. An attack is imminent, and it will take some time to get enough squads to fully safeguard the town. Your squad must hold off the mutants until Smear and Shadow squads arrive. Protect the ghouls of Gravestone, and don't let the bishop die. His knowledge of the nuke will be all we have. We will send Repo Squad to collect the nuke when the bishop consents. The quartermaster will supply you with some Rad-X and Rad-Away. We advise you to monitor your radiation levels at regular intervals. Dismiss. You have successfully eliminated all of the super mutant commanders. Return to the Ghoul Bishop.
Woe be to the holy flock who suffers unrighteous wrath in spite of the brotherly shielding offered. And my lord will tremble with terrible fury at the untimely death of his children. In spite of your inability to completely protect us, it is now his will to entrust you with his mortal shell containing his fiery godly essence. May the ever-contaminating watch over you and guide your fumbling hand.
The Bishop has consented. Repo Squad arrives and collects the nuke. Mission complete. Proceed to the exit grid. The initial super mutant offensive was crushed, and Smear and Shadow Squads are now standing watch over Gravestone. The Bishop proved true to his word, and has provided the nuclear bomb, which he kept calling Plutonius, to the Brotherhood. The mutants have experienced horrific losses lately, and it will take some time for them to mount another attack of such magnitude. The bomb is on its way, with captured beast lords and raiders hauling the radioactive nuke to an underground, lead-shielded bunker, under armed supervision, of course. Unfortunately, with both Rad-X and Radaway supplies used only for high-priority missions, the prisoners will have to manage as best they can. This is war, brother, and war is hell. But take heart. While they will die a delirious, vomiting death, they will do so to help restore civilization from the ashes. Not everyone in the wasteland could be so lucky. Many of Gravestone's ghouls now rest with their pagan god. Well, we weren't planning on getting any recruits from them. The bitter bishop refused to give us any information or documentation on the bomb's properties. Our scribes should be able to uncover the device's secrets over time, but now our other research projects will suffer. Your inability to fully carry out your orders has been documented. Dismissed. Be at ease, warrior. We have a confirmation on the whereabouts of the super mutant leader. As you're probably well aware, he calls himself Gamoran. We have recently linked him to the late Paladin Latham, one of the finest warriors present on the Great Air Convoy. He was believed dead, but after all these years, he has resurfaced under a different identity and a much different purpose. This revelation explains how the super mutants were able to counter our battle tactics and reconnaissance efforts, as Paladin Latham wrote many of the procedures that we use today. At first, we believed the mutants had successfully interrogated General Barnaky, but records prove that our methods were compromised before the general fell into enemy hands. Even now, many of the elders are having trouble coming to terms with the fact that he has betrayed us and turned against the order, but the truth must not be denied. You have two objectives for this mission. Your first objective is to assassinate Gamoran. He is a dangerous man, and his knowledge of our inner workings could prove our undoing. Without his guidance, the super mutants will lack the leadership and discipline to be a continual threat. Your second objective is to recover General Barnaky. All facts indicate that he will be kept close to Gamoran. Assemble your squad immediately. Dismiss.
Gamorn! Gamorn, is that you? I failed you, my lord. We all failed you. Whole platoon wiped out by that one monster. They crushed us. Those things, they don't feel pain. I used to think the same thing once. They took my prisoner, General Barnaky. I didn't have time. Get any information from him. He's a tough nut to crack, all right. Don't like mutants much either. You should have seen it, Gamorn. It looks like an angry god. Breathes fire and death. My death. I'm going to die. I don't hurt anymore. Why is it so bright? I hope it's not that damn robot again. Master.
Welcome, brothers. Welcome. What a fine bunch of soldiers I see before me. If only the West Coast elders could see you, they would finally agree with us about sharing the Brotherhood's wealth of education and technology. But I digress. Do you believe you can stop the menace from the West? Your eyes give you away, brother. They tell me you don't even understand who or what the menace is. The elders have always been blind to what is not in front of them, but it ends here. The general is not here for you to save, I'm afraid, and you cannot save me or yourself. Now, show me what you've learned. I did not sacrifice my very identity to be beaten by those I strive to save. Ask yourself what you will gain by killing me. Judge me not by my actions, but by my goals. This undead enemy will not stop until all life has been extinguished. Why can't you see that? Why?
You have completed the objectives for this mission. Proceed to the exit grid to leave this mission. Excellent work, warrior. Today is a day of joy and sorrow for the Brotherhood. Gamorren was a traitor, a murderer, and a deceiver, yet he was a paladin. His brave deeds once brought much hope to the wasteland. Yet something happened to him when the great storm ripped his airship from the convoy and crashed it to the ground. From that moment, Gamorren was born, and the Brotherhood lost its favored son. With their leader dead, the mutants have split into factions. Some have turned to internal fighting as they wrestle for control. Others have even offered to join the Brotherhood. Though the mutant menace is far from ended, they are severely weakened. It will be some time before they gather their strength. Dagger Squad is out on patrol now, hunting any mutant stragglers. While some of General Barnaky's possessions have been recovered from the mutant base, his location continues to be a mystery. We can only pray for his well-being while we continue the search for answers. Rest assured that our interrogators are working round the clock with the mutant prisoners. Time will tell. We have a service for Paladin Latham tonight at the motor pool at 2200. Dismissed. We have won the day in this region. We shall move our operations to the new outpost to the west. Take your squad and report there ASAP.
The super mutants were a powerful adversary with great strength and courage. Without the leadership of Gamoran, though, they will never pose the same threat to the Brotherhood. It was the corruption of Gamoran that provided the most sobering lesson. Even the purest of hearts can falter. The elders and generals must push their sorrow aside, however, for they have more pressing matters to attend to. The data recovered from Gamoran's base indicates that the mutant force's route intersected with the calculated location of Vault Zero. It is possible that the mutant horde discovered the location of Vault Zero during their exodus from the west. Is there a connection between the mutants discovering Vault Zero and the emergence of the mechanical menace? Only time will tell. The future holds one thing for certain. More encounters with the robots are inevitable, and the Brotherhood has a new and deadly enemy.
Your next mission will bring you to Junction City, a mid-sized town that has refused to form an alliance with the Brotherhood. Their independent posture has been recently reinforced by their victory over one of the robots late last night. Our elders are quite curious how such a battle could be won, considering the lack of heavy weaponry involved. This is a riddle whose answer might be paramount for victory. See what you can find out. More important than this riddle is the retrieval of the robotic parts from the scene of the battle. We must understand how our enemy works in order to neutralize it, and any robotic remnants might hold the key. Understand that the Reaver movement has been launching probing attacks against Junction City. Our elders believe that they are also searching for robotic pieces. Considering the Reavers zealously worship technology, their involvement comes as no surprise. Try forging a deal with the town's mayor. Robot parts in exchange for protection from the Reavers. We have one last task for you as well. Our senior mechanic Cooter died recently when he triggered an explosive booby trap on a retrieved interceptor vehicle. His apprentice lacks the cognitive ability to fully assume the role, and at times like this we can't have any malfunctioning vehicles involved during a high-risk mission. Intelligence reports that Junction City's mechanic is top-notch and might be persuaded to join the Brotherhood's cause. Find this mechanic and inform her of the wondrous opportunities the Brotherhood can offer. You have your orders. Dismissed.
Hi, sir. I'm the mayor's assistant, Anna. How about I help you so you can get what you're after and things can go back to normal around here? Besides the mayor, I saw 3 people that were able to get a piece of that machine. Angry Rick the bartender, Hank the cheating family man, and Juan the shopkeeper. Someone said Casey Barrett has one too, but if you ask me, all she has is a bad case of the clap. Does that help?
Pleased to meet you, warrior. I'm John Levi's, mayor of Junction City. Now, you'll have to excuse me, but we're having a bit more excitement here than we're used to. With that robot attacking and now those Reaver bandits trying to get the robot parts, well, I'm getting pretty damn fed up. Now, I know what you're after, so let's cut to the chase. My city is an independent. We take care of ourselves and we won't march to the Brotherhood beat. But we can't hold off those Reavers for much longer. Those tech freaks pack some advanced firepower, so I'll make you a deal. You kill all those religious tech bastards and I'll give you the robot head. It's more trouble than it's worth anyway. Now you'll have to look for the other pieces yourself. I have a city to run. certainly don't fuck around. Don't say much either, but here, take it. I'm not gonna miss it, and this town doesn't need any more attention. Just remember that we're not interested in giving the Brotherhood all our young and food. I know you guys could probably take this town in about 5 minutes, but I'm hoping you'll let us be. And good luck in whatever the Brotherhood's doing.
Hi, fellow warrior. Come in, come in. Are you looking for goods or do you want to hear about what happened? Well, that robot limped into Junction City just looking for trouble. Now, if you ask anyone in town, you'll hear that my skills in fighting are only overshadowed by my ability to stock my store shelves. I could swear that robot almost turned around and ran when it saw who it was up against. This kind of makes up for all the times I got picked on when I was younger. Anyway, I have a piece of the monster if you want to trade. My buddy Hank's got one too. You should go find him.
Hey, I don't know who you're used to dealing with, but after I rip your fucking lungs out, I'm gonna smack your mother with them. Now okay, don't get so fucking excited. Please, you put that safety pack on. There you go. Take a deep breath. You feel better? Whew. Hey, look, I'm sorry I yelled at you, but I'm going through a lot lately. The mayor's assistant, Anna, caught me smooching with Casey, and now she won't let me knock those boots no more. Look, if you look around, there ain't that many hot broads in this dump. And I ain't no Brahmin tagging tribal. No offense, buddy. Here, just take it and leave me alone, okay?
You have retrieved the robot pieces. Proceed to the exit grid to end this mission. Excellent work, warrior. The robot pieces you retrieved match the device recovered from the Raider base in Rock Falls. Our scribes are performing tests on them as we speak. Once we understand how they operate, we'll be able to defeat them more efficiently. Initial analysis indicates that the robot was already severely damaged from a previous fight with super mutants. This is confirmed by some of the less jubilant villagers' description of the battle and the dried mutant blood we found congealed in some of the mechanical joints. Further inspection revealed that its damaged power supply overloaded, causing the explosion. If that class of robot was undamaged, it could easily wipe out 10 of those villages without even blowing a gasket. Without a head mechanic, our vehicle pool will hardly be efficient. As a result, you will not have complete access to certain vehicles in future missions. You will have to make do. At ease, brother. The time to take the battle to the robots is now. Intelligence has located the origin of the robot that attacked Junction City, and the tracks originated from a pre-war center of industry known as the Great Bend. As our operatives moved closer, they discovered many tracks from different robots, all originating from this mass of burnt-out factories. Lights were seen at a distance, so it's assumed that some of the old power generators are now back online. The elders believe this location is being transformed into a robot manufacturing facility. You will take a squad to Great Bend immediately. If this is the area where the robots are originating, we must strike quickly and shut them down. If our assumptions are incorrect, you will search and destroy any robots you come across. As always, keep an eye open to any information or technology that you come across. Assemble your strike team and leave immediately. Dismiss.
Shh. Keep your ass down and lower your voice, for God's sake. My name's Jake, and you boys got here just in time. About 2 weeks ago, a whole bunch of those Mr. Handy wannabes shown up and killed anything living they could find. Most of the bubbas around here are now living underground, waiting for them to leave. But believe me, they ain't going nowhere. You better listen to old Jake and stay out of their way.
Look, this place is bad enough with these robots. Last thing we need is you Brotherhood bullies moving in. Why don't you take your big brother tyranny somewhere else? I don't know why you even care about Great Bend. We don't have anything of value here, just garbage and fucked up robots. Why can't outsiders just stay on the outside?
You have reduced all the robots to scrap metal. You may proceed to the exit grid. Welcome, warrior. At ease. You have done well clearing the robot infestation from the Great Bend. We don't know how long until the robots attempt to re-establish a manufacturing plant there, but Smear and Falcon Squad will share standing watch in this region until we can heavily trap the area. Data collected from your report indicate a damaged robot in the area might have been the controlling force for the other robots. We believe the robots can act independently, but are more efficient when a governing robot coordinates their actions. This analysis is far from complete, but might be instrumental in defeating this foe when more data is acquired and analyzed. You are dismissed. At ease, warrior. No matter how long I live, the shock of treachery still cuts deeply. The Brotherhood has been betrayed by a group of criminals from Quincy. Considering our intervention during the Beast Lord hostage crisis, this is doubly insulting. The mayor reports that this group of rogues poisoned our warriors as they stood vigil over the town. In their weakened state, the guards could barely defend themselves, and the thieves looted the corpses and stole away in a Brotherhood vehicle. The basic equipment is easily replaceable and is of no consequence. The theft of several suits of power armor is our major concern here. We have since tracked their progress to the town of Coldwater, where they have used our equipment to exert their dominance over the local populace. This cannot be allowed to continue. You will bring your squad to this Coldwater and make inquiries until you locate the thieves. The elders have judged them guilty of high treason against the Brotherhood, and death will be their reward. There will be no room for mercy on this mission, brother. Kill the thieves and return the armor to the Auditor General. He will be waiting for you in the town. Dismissed.
What are you waiting for, soldier? Your orders were crystal clear. Now stop staring at me with your mouth open and bring back all the stolen armor. If those thieves leave this town, we might never be able to find them. So get hot. I want those bastards deader than a meat sauce-covered ghoul with a chainsaw up his ass in a pit full of goddamn starving deathclaws. Do I make myself clear? Good. Now get going, warrior. We can't have the Brotherhood looking like a victim.
It's not that I'm not grateful that you saved me from the Beast Lords. It's not that at all. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm not gonna be some poor dirt farmer all my life. You Brotherhood guys get everything handed to you on a silver platter. You just march around and take hard-working people's shit. If you think about it, I'm as much Brotherhood as any of you. Take your best shot! I dare ya!
Objective complete. You may go to the exit grid. At ease, warrior. The armor is returned and the thieves have committed their last theft. Well done. The scoundrels' bodies will be displayed in proper crucifixion outside the town of Quincy, along with the guards that were on watch. Our inquisitors have also rounded up known friends and family of the criminals to an internment camp. If they have information about any weak links in our security, we will find out. If they don't, they will be placed in a labor camp to prevent the spread of rumors and ensure proper security. It is time these people take some personal accountability for their actions. Dismissed. Warrior, I have mixed news to give. A Reaver delegate arrived earlier today, bringing news that a large robot force has all but annihilated the main Reaver camp in Newton. The Reavers' numbers have been devastated by relentless attacks and will soon be destroyed unless we intervene. Normally, the Brotherhood would gladly allow one enemy to destroy another, but the Reavers have something to offer. The Reaver movement has developed a new type of weapon based on robot pieces that they've been able to scavenge. This weapon is called an EMP device, and it has a devastating effect on electronics. It is this weapon that is allowing the Reavers to survive a mass robot attack, but for them, it is still too little, too late. They have agreed to give the Brotherhood both a prototype of this weapon and instruction on its workings in exchange for rescue of their 4 highest-ranking officials in Newton's Junction City. This might be the edge we're looking for against the robots. Bring back that prototype, brother. You will be supplied with a map to Newton. Rendezvous at the extraction zone with all 4 elders, and they will be transported via APC and armored escort back here. Dismissed.
I am Glenda Close, first doctor of the movement. I'm honored to meet your acquaintance, beautiful one. I apologize for my words, but you seem an incandescent angel in a time shadowed with darkness. I can feel your energy pulsating within me like an out-of-phase inductor. Lead me to safety while my feet still obey my brain's electro commands. You must have been sent by his capacitance. I welcome your gift, Holy One. You've brought me to this safe haven, and for that, I thank you. I don't know how to begin explaining this passionate energy between us, except to tell you, I love you. And if you search your soul, you'll find that you possess the same love for me. The differences of our backgrounds and various communicable diseases will be difficult problems to overcome, but with us working together, Satan Soft himself could not bar our way. I'll wait for you inside your quarters, back at your main base. Take care, my love.
Well met, warrior. This can only be the work of Satan Soft, lord of the tech underworld. His sinister hydroelectric fiends care not for the spiritual enlightenment of science. They seek only to destroy the union between spirit and current flow. If only we were able to make more EMP weapons, we would have halted their electrons in mid-flow. I know of the bargain. Use our divine knowledge to short-circuit these demonic juggernauts while there is still time. Hurry! Let us make haste. Make no mistake, warrior. I will not call you friend, nor comrade. It is a common enemy that brings us together. Nothing more.
It is necessity that brings me to you, warrior. We Reavers never harbored any love for the Brotherhood. But these mechanical abominations have decimated the Reaver movement. As ambassador for my people, I offer simple terms. You rescue our people, and we share our sacred technology. Refuse, and your Brotherhood will be forced to continue their battle with primitive weapons. I see by your eyes that you agree. Very well. I will join your group until we reach the evacuation point. I see the Brotherhood's word is strong. I wonder if it is as strong as the Brotherhood's single-minded desire to rule the land. We have been watching your organization's expansion for some time. It is Satan-Soft's hellions that brings us together, nothing more. I just pray that I have not sacrificed my people's freedom. My thanks for the escort.
Peste, Chief of Military Science Projects. On my 11th day of fasting, Saint Sony visited me in my deepest of dreams. He told me of an electromagnetic pulse that will be the salvation of the wasteland. For weeks, I toiled in our temple laboratory until I gave that vision physical form. And by Ohm's holy law, I will not rest until it reaches a place of sanctuary. Here is the key to the safe. The weapon is inside. Our prophecies told us our faith would be tested. But now the robots are taking prisoners, instead of letting our fighters go to their rewards in the eternal assembly lines of Panasonica. For what purpose are they taking my brethren? This must be discovered. Let's stop wasting time.
With the Reaver High officials safe, you may return to the extraction point. What's left of the Reaver movement is now being administered medical attention. They are grateful for their rescue, but the elders are not so quick to invite them into the Brotherhood fold. For the time being, they will be kept in one of our many internment camps. This is an excellent time for our interrogators and scribes to pick their brains on any additional technology and their past and future plans. They will be kept there until the elders decide whether to set them free or restrict them to labor camps. The menace from the West's taking of prisoners is most curious, considering that the robots have slaughtered everything before them until now. We must wait and see. What I don't understand is how you failed to retrieve the weapon. While information on the EMP device can be extracted from the Reavers, we are running out of time, brother. Sometimes I wonder if you do these things on purpose. Dismissed. The final campaign begins, warrior. We must consolidate our positions in this area, but we shall also have to continue pushing west. A new bunker has been established, and we must concentrate our forces there. Take your squad and report, ASAP.
The Brotherhood's fears are confirmed. The robots now have multiple production factories around the wasteland. They are concentrated heavily around the Great Mountains, in a region known as Colorado Springs. This is the fabled location of Vault Zero, which houses the mastermind behind the robot menace, the Calculator. Data from the Brotherhood Research Center dates the origin of the robots before the war that decimated the land. Their purpose, to help humanity crawl back from the brink of self-destruction. But the robots now seek to destroy the very humans they were created to save. They boast great strength and power, and one factor seems certain. All life forms have become their prey. The Brotherhood has adapted to new enemies before, however, and with the development of new weapons, they will adapt again. Brotherhood tacticians and generals will not be idle, for new enemies require new tactics. Assault squads must be directed at the robot production and command centers that supply the Calculator's metallic ranks. The Brotherhood's predicted losses are staggering, but what is life as a warrior without peril?
Warrior, every day brings us closer to the final confrontation with the Calculator. While we do not yet know who or what the Calculator is, we do realize that our forces are still greatly outmatched. We have learned new tactics, increased our arsenal, and strengthened our realm of control, but the robots are still too powerful and too numerous. The old Brotherhood saying, "To kill a snake, cut off its head," does not apply to this mechanical serpent. For this one, we must start with the tip of the tail and progress slowly to its head and vitals. This serpent must be weakened first, for its fangs sink deep and its venom is far more deadly than any poison ever encountered. You are to take your squad to the town of Junction City, where the Calculator has set up a robot repair station. It is in this station that damaged robots are mended and parts of destroyed robots are rebuilt and combined to form a whole. This repair plant must be permanently shut down. This station is too huge to destroy. It would take too much time and resources to reduce this station to rubble, so we will disable it instead. It is the power nodes that you should focus your attention on. Destroying them all should slow the robots down, in theory at least. We are entering the final phase of our plans. Complete your mission objective above all else, but keep your eyes open for any additional information or weaknesses that might present itself. Good luck. Dismissed. Warrior, every day brings us closer to the final confrontation. You have destroyed the power nodes. The robot repair plant is offline. Proceed to the extraction point. At ease, warrior. The Canyon City repair station is now offline. Dagger Squad and Tusk Squad have simultaneously eliminated 2 smaller repair stations to the northwest. The Calculator will now be hard-pressed to maintain a large attack force in this area. It is now time to step up our attacks and see what effect our actions have on the robot war machine. The Elders believe that the chance of a massive robot attack gets greater with each passing day, so time is running short. There is a Brotherhood saying, "Strike while the iron's hot." I believe it applies here. While you completed your objectives, I fear we lost an opportunity for gathering information. Repo Squad entered the facility after you left to claim any salvageable equipment and came across several computer terminals. On closer examination, they discovered that the data contained within was formatted shortly after your presence was detected. We believe these systems were erased for a reason. I trust this won't happen again. Dismissed. At ease, warrior. It is time to pull the plug on the robot's power source. Reconnaissance has found an operating nuclear reactor located on the outskirts of the town of Buena Vista. We believe that it is this reactor that is supplying the vast majority of power to the robot army. In addition, analysis shows that more robots have exited the facility compared to the number that entered it. You don't have to be a scribe to realize that they have a robot production plant next to or near the reactor. We have hit the robots too many times to be ignored, and we won't take them by surprise again. We need you to eliminate as many of the robots as you can. Intelligence observations confirm that straggler robots are programmed to report to an active base for reassignment. Every robot that escapes will only return in greater numbers. Remember, bring the reactor offline, permanently. Disable the robot manufacturing plant and crush as many robots as possible. You have your orders. Dismissed.
Have your orders! Secure this area now! This whole mission is bullshit unless we do our job and get our foot in the door! Ricardo, Wanda, right side! Move, move, move!
We took out a few of them, didn't we? Our part's done. It's your show now. Give the calculator a bullet for me, will you?
Power-up initiated. Lithium ceramic battery charging. Warning. Positive terminal overload. Secure terminal. Secured.
The robot manufacturing plant is disabled. Objective complete. The nuclear reactor is now offline. Objective complete. Both of your objectives are complete. You may proceed to the extraction point. Excellent work, Warrior. With the reactor plant offline, the calculator will have to rely on Vault Zero's internal power supply to fuel its war machine. Disabling the manufacturing plant will force the calculator to produce its robots somewhere else. Reconnaissance has already witnessed a decline in robot patrols in the surrounding area, so we are assuming that our latest attack hit home. Your dedication in destroying these mechanical monsters remains unparalleled. All Brotherhood forces will sleep easier knowing that our opponent's forces continue to pile up losses. At ease, Warrior. The robots have captured a man known as Bartholomew Kerr. As you may know, Kerr is a merchant that has been using the Brotherhood's network of bunkers as stopping points to peddle his wares. His knack for appropriating hard-to-find items has helped the Brotherhood in the past. All for a price, of course. Unfortunately, this has given him an extensive knowledge of the locations and populations of several Brotherhood bunkers. This knowledge makes Kerr a threat that cannot be ignored. Go to Scott City. That is where intelligence has located a robot facility where we believe he is being kept. Rescue him if possible. Our interrogators will find out if any information was leaked to the enemy. If you can't rescue him, he must be neutralized. Understand that if the robots succeed in extracting our positional information, we will soon fall to a concentrated assault. We cannot hope to match them in a stand-up fight. If we have to go on the defensive, we are lost. You have your orders. Dismissed. At ease, Warrior. You have found the lobotomized body of General Barnaky. You may proceed to the extraction point. At ease, brother. General Barnaky's death is a great blow to the morale of the Brotherhood. He served our righteous cause ever since he was old enough to carry a weapon. His diligence and determination has helped form the Brotherhood into what it is today. He might have been a little untrusting of non-humans, but his heart was always looking out after his fellow man, and we will mourn his passing. We must understand why the calculator is ordering his inhuman machines to gather the brains of humans. Our scribes believe that's how they extract information. This is disturbing news if they have access to General Barnaky's knowledge. This is it, brother. The final push. Your squad's actions will dictate not only the future of the Brotherhood, but of the very wasteland itself. From here on out, you will have to scavenge supplies on your own. If you do set foot in this bunker again, it will be because the calculator is no more. Our technicians have secured our nuclear warhead to a vehicle for transport, which will be waiting for you on site. This warhead will be needed to crack an entrance into Vault Zero. I know it sounds like overkill, but that vault is designed to take several direct nuclear hits, and our only hope is that a precise nuclear blast directed on the door will do the job. We expect the entrance to be heavily protected, so make sure that your squad is ready for some heavy action. You must ensure that the warhead stays safe until detonated. The calculator will not give us such an opportunity again. Once you activate the bomb, you should immediately seek worthy shelter. Duck and cover isn't going to cut it this time. Power armor should help to further aid your survival within the bunker. Remember, you will practically be at ground zero of the resulting nuclear explosion. Be sure to take your anti-radiation medication. It was an honor to work with you, brother. Dismissed.
Paranoid times leading up to the war, new vaults were being constructed every day. The ancient temples of war known as NORAD became the home for Vault Zero, a storage place for the cryogenically frozen geniuses of the time. The calculator was built to be a mixture of machine and man, a gestalt of mechanical switches and human brains linked through a cybernetic interface. Supposedly, representing the ideal society, these brains were to govern the higher functions of the calculator, powering its neural network. The calculator was designed to oversee the repopulation of the continent in the event of a war, and educate the new humanity in the ways of the old world. But first, it was to sterilize the land, making a fresh start for the soon-to-be emerging citizens of Neo-America. For this task, the calculator had at its disposal an army of emergency pacification robots that were designed to survive the Holocaust and surface from the ashes immediately after to begin their task. But a mechanical malfunction left the calculator damaged during the years since the bombs dropped. Mankind had to find its own ways in the darkness of the post-apocalypse. Only now is the calculator activating its robots and embarking on its mission of mass genocide. Because of hardwired programming, it is unable to adapt to the world that has arisen while it slumbered. The calculator will not listen to pleas or threats. It cannot be bargained with. It must be stopped.
Committee rules 30-3 in favor of streamlining Vault Zero's computer backup system costs from $24 billion to $2.3 billion. These cuts will take place immediately. This ruling was based on the dwindling chance for actual nuclear war taking place, along with much-needed pay increases to senior committee members. Furthermore, the subterranean vault compartments that were designated for backup computer and life support systems will now be renovated for senior vault personnel leisure facilities. The committee has a construction agenda that must be finalized by mid-March. The new facility options are as follows. Several top-quality restaurants with 10,000 square feet of cold storage, 7 smoke rooms with piano bars, and 2 subterranean hunting grounds stocked with rare animals purchased from world-renowned zoos. All of these are feasible, but require an additional $12.4 billion, which can be acquired by...
Nuclear bomb armed and activated. Thank you for purchasing a product from Manhattan Projects Incorporated. To hear the countdown in French, please press 1. To hear the countdown in Spanish, please press 2. To hear the countdown in Southern drawl, please press 3. If you are listening to this message, Manhattan Projects Incorporated recommends that you run, seek shelter, and duck and cover. Have a nice day.
The warhead did the job, and the way inside Vault Zero is clear. Now get in there and finish the job. Well done, warrior. You have breached Vault Zero's outer perimeter. From here, you must confront and destroy the calculator. Dagger Squad was deployed earlier to clear the way for you, but expect heavy resistance from the robots. This is a winner-take-all situation. Hold on, brother.
Sir, 6 behemoths and a large number of pacification robots have slipped in on North Perimeter. It looks like the calculator is going for broke.
Very well, Initiate. Bring up the tank to the north side and sound the alarm. Recall all patrols ASAP.
Yes, sir.
We have a situation here, brother. You eliminate the calculator and get home. We'll make sure that you have a home to come back to. General Decker, out.
Perimeter breach. Outer perimeter breach. Main power generator now offline. Emergency power engaged. Toilets offline, sections A5, A6, A9. Vault technician notified. Have a nice day.
Well met, warrior. We're gonna mop up any resistance up here and guard your tail. Good luck taking out the calculator. And don't take any unnecessary chances in there. The Wasteland's future rides on your shoulders.
Thank you for activating Vault Zero Information Terminal. It is 75 degrees with 20% humidity. Information download to Pip-Boy Computer Map Directory complete. Have a nice day.
With the information from the terminal, proceed into the Western Security Wing. Attempt to find a path into the cryogenics or power plant wings.
Thank you for activating Vault Zero Access Terminal. Security locks on hazardous weapons storage bay G03A05 have been removed. All guards have been informed to allow you access. Have a nice day.
This terminal has unlocked the cryogenics wing. It is our hope that hidden somewhere in this area is a method of entry to the power plant. Proceed with caution, brother. It appears that the interior defense generators are still online. You will need to deactivate them before you can enter the inner power plant. Find these generators and take them offline, brother. Excellent work, brother. With the security generators down, you can now gain access to the power nodes. Victory is close. Power has been restored to the transport system. It is time to move to the elevator and enter the calculator's main lair.
That's far enough, warrior. Can you recognize me now? Even in my new form? You've come a long way since my departure, but you haven't come far enough. The Brotherhood has caused many setbacks for us recently. But that's all they are. Just setbacks. You cannot stop the future. Just as you can't stop falling rain from reaching the ground. The calculator offers humanity a world of order and peace. A world free of war, of mutants and chaos. The Brotherhood would be wise to realize that their cause has been tainted by misdirection and genetic mutation. But they can still save themselves if they stop trying to prevent the unavoidable. However, you are too close to my new master and salvation to be allowed to continue. I salute you, warrior, but this is where your mission ends. What are my scanners detecting? A mere trinket? My locket. Maria? What? What have I done? I've almost forgotten you, my love. I will not hinder you anymore, warrior, at least until I'm able to sort out this conflict between my new programming and these revived feelings. I need time to think. To remember my Maria.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Countermeasures activated. Defense systems engaged.
When the acrid smoke clears, nothing remains of the entity known as the Calculator, except burnt wires and broken valves. It is a decisive victory for humanity, for at the crucial point in the raging battle, the robots were stopped dead in their course of destruction. The warrior can only ponder on the lost opportunity that the destruction of such a technological marvel represents. History has shown that even the victors of battle have some regrets, but sometimes one must move forward. The Brotherhood is quick to establish Vault Zero as its main base of operations. Although much destruction was wrought here, it still represents a massive storehouse of knowledge and technology. The ancient structure becomes the central hub of operations, coordinating between outposts far and near, and reinforcing their supply lines and transport routes across the countryside, ironically mimicking the original purpose of their defeated enemy. Recruitment and education of the local tribal and village populations becomes the all-important mission of the depleted and wounded Brotherhood. But the education is not one-sided. After generations of surviving in the harshness of the wastelands, the indigenous people are in tune with the land. They have valuable lessons to teach those immersed solely in technology, lessons of nature and balance that the Brotherhood had previously neglected. Not all of the wasteland's inhabitants are sharing the same noble purpose. opportunistic raiders and bandits enjoy the fruits of a recovering, war-torn brotherhood. Patrols are scarce and in smaller numbers than the thieves remember encountering in the past, as the Brotherhood focuses on consolidating its power base. Several frontier outposts are lost as the Brotherhood finds they are fighting a guerrilla war without the support of large numbers. But adversity and hardship are as familiar to the Brotherhood as discipline and knowledge, and they learn their lessons quickly. With a new power over this region comes a new responsibility. All plans for re-establishing contact with the West are postponed indefinitely. Recruitment begins anew, and the initiate ranks swell. All military efforts are then concentrated on uprooting all outlaw predators in the region, finally making it safe for the Brotherhood and its allies. In time, the Brotherhood once again rules the land. Resources are then allocated to expansion and development. Technology becomes more widespread, with irrigation systems established to make the nuclear-blasted land fertile. Humanity once again starts to prosper. The hero, the warrior of the Brotherhood, now a general, shares the burden and the satisfaction of overseeing civilization's development. The Brotherhood of Steel has come through the trials of this region and emerged scarred, but wiser. It will be decades before a reunion is possible between the old Brotherhood and the new Brotherhood regime. In that time, there are new alliances to be made, new battles to be fought, new victories to be had. But that is a tale for another day.